Okay, we'll call to order Kennedale City Council regular meeting, September 19th, 2023. It is now 5:35. Thank you for your patience. We are at City Hall Council Chambers located 405 Municipal Drive in Kennedale 76060. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed at www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. However, the virtual option does not allow for public comment. We have several people that are here to speak, and if you haven't signed up yet, please to address the Kennedale City Council regarding an agenda item, please submit a request to speak. It's right over here on the table before the meeting begins. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes, and please limit your comments to the subject indicated on the form and address the Kennedale City Council as a whole rather than individual members or staff. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, the Kennedale City Council reserves the right to adjourn into executive closed session at any time during the meeting to seek legal advice from the city attorney on any item posted on the agenda. May I get a roll call?
Brad Horton,
Here.
Kenneth Michaels,
Here.
Bryant Griffith,
Present.
and Jeff Navarez.
Here.
Mayor Joplin, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We'll have our invocation and pledges, and we'll be led our invocation by Councilman Horton and our pledges by Mayor Pro Tem Michaels. If you'd please rise with us. Thank you for that beautiful prayer. Before we get into the work session and our visitor and citizen forum and our regular session, we're going to go to reports and announcements. Item 1, which is a special ceremony tonight. We have a penning for Joseph Branson, and we have Lieutenant King. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here in place of usually see Chief Brown, but he's on a much needed vacation. We're here to, and we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to celebrate a 1-year probationary status coming to an end of firefighter paramedic Joseph Branson. Firefighters are civil servants as sworn officers following standard policies and procedures of the fire service and traditional operating systems of their departments. They're here to prevent human suffering and death, stabilize the incident, and prevent damages and loss of property. But really, we're talking about a 1-year probationary period coming to an end, which is a big deal for him. So let me give you an example of some of the things that he has to go through during that year. Before that, he's going to EMT school, he's going to fire academy, be competitive in the market. He went to paramedic school. So before he ever gets here, he's almost 3 years into school. And that's what we require. And he gets here, rigorous process, background investigation, talking to the guys, if the guys like him, don't like him, meeting with other people. He finally gets in and now he's made it, but he still has all these years of training that he's done. It's ground floor. He just got here. And now he's doing dishes by himself, cleaning toilets by himself. Not for punishment, but for us to watch this individual to see if he's going to be a part of our team, to see how he's going to act, see what he's going to do, and train him in the process. And a year's a long time, but eventually the guys come together and they start helping him. This guy's going to but not everybody makes it. Some people leave. Some people leave because they figure out that this job's not for them. A lot of people go to college and get degrees and they don't end up doing what they went to college for because it's just, they don't like it. And sometimes that happens. And then sometimes maybe they're asked to leave because they didn't conform to the team. They weren't up for the task. But he did. And we're proud of this moment. He's proud of this moment. I'm sure his wife is proud of this moment. He spends a third of his life at the fire station away from his wife. So thank you, Elizabeth. It takes a certain person to be a wife of a firefighter, or any public servant. Special person. Let me give you a little background on Joseph before I bring them up. Joseph Branson grew up in Flower Mound, Texas. He attended high school at Marcus High, where he met his future wife, Elizabeth. After graduating high school in 2012, he attended the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. He moved back to Texas in 2016. He began training to become a firefighter. He obtained his EMT certification in 2017, paramedic certification in 2018. And December of 2021, Joseph married Elizabeth. He worked as a paramedic on an ambulance for 3 years until attending the fire academy in January of 2022. He began his career with Kennedale Fire Department in August of 2022. He and his wife live in Flower Mound, Texas, with their German Shepherd mix, Felix. In his spare time, he enjoys mountain biking, rock climbing, and playing golf when the weather's not too hot. So at this time, I'd like to bring up his lieutenant, B-Shift Lieutenant, and his wife, Elizabeth. Lieutenant Bledsoe is going to give the oath, and his wife is here today to pin the badge on.
Take your right hand and repeat after. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas. I state your name. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of firefighter of the state of Texas. City of Kennedale. And I will to the best of my ability protect and serve citizens of Kennedale in the time of need. So help me God. And defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you. Do we have anyone here from Arlington for the Hunger Month? Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. All right, we're gonna move you next, okay? So we are going to go now to under the same reports and announcements B. Under updates from the mayor, there is a National Hunger Month proclamation. And I'm gonna go ahead and read that first. That'd be okay? Or would you like to come up while I read it, or? Yeah, come on up. Perfect. If you'll hit the green button on there, you can introduce yourself.
I'm Brittany Doring with Arlington Charities.
Casey McCollum, Program Director at Arlington Charities.
Randy Voren with Arlington Charities.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I have a proclamation for Hunger Action Month. Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in North Texas, and according to 2021 Feeding America statistics, 1 in every 8 adults face hunger, and 1 in every 6 children do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas the city of Kennedale, Texas is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and aspires to build a future where all have access to healthy, affordable, and fresh food, the city of Kennedale, Texas is dedicated to pursuing opportunities within our local food systems to promote food access and food security wherever possible. And whereas Arlington Charities represents a community-wide effort to provide nutritious food to the food insecure within the greater Kennedale area, to those located within the boundaries of Arlington Independent School District and surrounding communities, made possible by the generous contribution of foundations, individuals, civic organizations, local government, and businesses. And whereas in 2022, Arlington Charities served on average each month 2,668 households and 9,381 individuals facing food insecurity, distributing more than 141,378 pounds of food to those in need in the community through means of drive-through food service, home delivery for older adults, and the homebound mobile market truck, lunch for our unhoused neighbors, 3 recurring monthly mobile food markets, and a satellite pantry at Tarrant County College Southeast Campus. And whereas the month of September has been designated as Hunger Action Month, and September 2023 has been designated as Hunger Action Day. So September 23rd, sorry about that. And is an effort to raise awareness about the hunger epidemic in the United States and to encourage individuals to take action in some form against hunger through simple actions like volunteering, donating, and advocating on hunger-related issues to ensure that no one has to make an impossible choice. Whereas the city of Kennedale, Texas commits to continue to make changes that will improve the equitability of food access throughout the city, prevent hunger, and promote the well-being of all residents. Now, therefore, I, Jan Joplin, Mayor of the City of Kennedale, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Hunger Action Month. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you do. Do you have something to say? Do you want to speak or?
Sure. I know our name is Arlington Charities, and here we stand at a Kennedale meeting. So just some clarification for you all. We do serve at a county level with our mobile market truck that Mayor Joplin mentioned. We also serve our monthly mobile markets that we have 3 times a month at different areas. Those are open to folks in surrounding zip codes. So just because our name is Arlington Charities doesn't mean that we are not responsible for feeding our surrounding community. We serve Grand Prairie, we serve Arlington, we serve Mansfield, we serve Kennedale. For regular service, families who reside within an Arlington ISD zip code, that is who we serve for our regular drive-through service. But those other services like the market truck that goes out into the community and fights to food deserts and the mobile pantries that we have are open to those in the community. So if you are in need of services, please look us up, arlingtoncharities.org. We would be happy to feed you. And also we are open, our facility is open for tours. If anybody, anyone would like to come through, we're always happy to show our building and all the work that we do to feed the community. So thank you for having us.
Well, thank you for everything you do. Do we have a proclamation to give them? Is it in here? Okay, she's going to get it to you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to jump back to our visitor, and we don't have anything on our work session. So we're going to go to our visitor and citizen forum. And if anyone has come in that hasn't filled out a form yet, that came in the last few minutes and would like to fill out a form, go ahead and take this opportunity now to fill it out and hand it in to our secretary. And we'll go ahead and get started with our public hearings. We'll start with the public hearing on the 23-24 proposed budget. Are we gonna have a staff presentation first, or? Director Horton, you're up.
Okay. Since we last met, the only changes to the budget have been basically ministerial. There's a new cover to the budget book. We updated the organizational chart and we showed place one as vacant. Beyond that, we haven't made any changes since we last met. There were a total of 4 different work sessions to go over the budget. We had one in May. It was a wish list presentation going over what we would like to, each director gave a presentation. Since then, we've had 3 additional work sessions. The budget as it stands now was heavily designed with feedback from council and feedback from staff that we have along the way. So it's a book that I'm proud of.
Thank you very much. Okay, since this is a public hearing, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at 5:53. And let me see if we have anyone here to speak. A few people here to speak tonight, but no one to speak on this topic. So with that, I will close the public hearing at 5:54. Okay, out of just open to anyone, if anyone would like to speak, I don't want to hold anyone back from speaking. So I'll open it back up at 5:54. If anyone would like to speak, or let me just say it this way. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this topic? No? Okay, then it's closed. Thank you. All right, and then we're going to move on to our public hearing on our proposed tax rate. Same thing, Director Horton, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The tax rate that we have prepared our budget with is a flat tax rate compared to last year. It's exactly the same. It is slightly below our voter approval rate, and it will produce approximately a 15% increase on the tax bill.
Very good. Thank you so much. And again, I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. The time is 5:55. Do we have anyone that would like to speak? If not, I will close the public hearing at 5:55. And we'll move to reports and announcements. And we'll start with our second. Right. Yeah, the Visitor and Citizen Forum. Let's have our Visitors and Citizens Forum. Like, where is that on here? Okay. You know, I go straight by this agenda. So let's do that. Let's have our Citizen Forum. We do have several people to speak, so let's do that first. Let's go with Debbie Phillips. And when you come up, just your name and address, although I just said your name, but your name and address and 3 minutes, please.
Okay, my name is Debbie Phillips. I live at 313 North Road. Been a citizen of Kennedale, resident of Kennedale for almost 35 years. My concern tonight is the replatting or the building of the multiple houses on 400 North Road. My concern is the traffic that it's going to produce, the water runoff. I mean, we already have a situation from the addition that was built a few years ago, the water runoff that just drowns our yard. We've had just a temporary fix put up on our road. The traffic mainly, if any of the officers ever sat in our driveway, they could probably write a good quota of tickets because nobody stops at the stop sign right there at 5th and North Road. So my concern is traffic that it's going to produce. Big concerns there. And of course, the sewer system. You know, we've had new sewers, so much work being done on the road up above us, and just major concerns for me there.
Thank you. Betty Guerrero.
My name's Betty Guerrero, and I live at 412 North Road, right next door to the property where they're gonna do this new construction. This is a very dangerous corner where they're planning to build 5 houses or 1 duplex and 4 houses, whatever they're gonna build. I'm very concerned because the damage on the street never gets repaired. That corner is very dangerous. Are they going to build 1 driveway for all 5 houses? Is it going to be 1 entrance out, 1 entrance in? I don't know. But I'm real concerned about the taxes that's going to go up. I just don't understand them being able to put 5 houses on that piece of property. That is a big concern. But it is very dangerous in that area. Like Debbie said, she lives across the street from the property. I live next door to the property. I don't understand. They're going to be sandwiched in there so that I just don't get it. There used to be 1 house on that property. And they did have a lot between that property and our property. But 5 houses to replace 1 or possibly 2? I don't get it. I don't get it. And I know that they've, you know, had or ordered a replat, but it just doesn't make sense of how they can put 5 houses on a piece of property like that. I mean, they're going to be able to reach out and touch the next house. It's a big concern. It's a real big concern. I just don't think it should go through. Maybe 3 houses, maybe 2 houses, I can understand. Not 5. It's just going to be too dangerous.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah Johnson.
Sarah Johnson at 221 Village Street. I'm also the director of the new senior outreach located at First Bible Baptist Church, 209 West 3rd Street. First, I want to just announce that we are in the middle of our Thanksgiving drive. And we need all the help we can. And I've been in contact with Kia. We got some things going with the city administration and Elizabeth, and I appreciate everybody's help because it takes everybody. And knowing that this month is the hunger month that we have seen an increase over the summer of families struggling coming to the outreach. Well, we've already, before the pandemic, we were focused on seniors, but when the pandemic came, we now have seniors raising grandkids. So we have a family of 10 right now that comes to the pantry to get help. And since Gary Mitchell moved to Oklahoma, we don't have that second person helping us. So we are looking for a business or somebody to take up the slack to help us with that, because a lot of it, my husband and I, when we're short on food for the pantry, we make sure everybody gets food. We take out of our savings to make sure. So we're starting the drive now. It will end on November 12th. So everybody needs to make sure everything is by November 12th. If you're going to pledge a turkey, let me know, because we cannot take the turkeys until the day of or the night before, where we can put them on ice to keep so they don't thaw out. Okay. So Jen has worked with me the last 5 years, and we have seen it gone from little to big. So we don't have the freezer space because our freezers are full of the food for the weekly. We try to make sure each family gets a meat, an egg, a milk when we can. And that's every other week or so. We try to even staples. So they have not just canned goods, not just rice, but they have what they need for that week. And it's a struggle for some families right now. So we have that going on. And so I appreciate any help. My phone number is 817-333-4178. You can text me and I will meet you at the church. Okay. The next thing I want to hurry up, try to talk about is Tamika. We went to the Board of Appeals meeting. I think it was last month, I'm not sure. And they rejected her about getting a special thing about her driveway right now. A lot of people who are builders know that if you put in a driveway, a paved driveway, when you hadn't even built the thing yet, that driveway is going to have to be tore up and redone when you build. She just wanted something temporary so she could do some fundraising at her property for that community center she wants to build for our community. That's just something we need to get on board to help Tamika not hinder her from doing what she wants to do for our community. I'm sorry if people let her being Black keep her from doing that. That is wrong, because we are in 2023. That nonsense needs to stop. And I already know somebody on that board, the BOA, is prejudiced. I grew up with them, and I ain't going to tell you who, okay? But they are. They weren't asking about why she wanted temporary gravel or whatever. They were asking her pointed questions that should have only been asked by the city council. This whole situation should be only addressed by the city council, not by the BOA.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Barbara? I was going to try to say your last name.
Hi, my name is Barbara Betker.
Bedgar.
I live at
thank you.
2001 Perry Drive, Mansfield, Texas. I am currently the mentor for the Cub Scout Day Camp. That's my official title. In other words, I do whatever they ask me to do. Our director is a teacher, and unfortunately she's at a school function tonight. So you get to see me again this year. Some new faces, some old faces that I've recognized, and I'm sure you guys recognize me, especially if you've been in scouting a minute or two. I come to say thank you. The partnership that we have enjoyed with the city of Kennedale started back in 2012. Mr. Jim Fountain brought me up to the very first meeting that we proposed you all to help us partner up to have Cub Scout Day Camp. It's 1 week a year. It's the second full week in June every year. And except for 2020, we've had a wonderful, 1 year when we had our stuff kind of vandalized. But other than that, we've had an enjoyable time. Our children have a great time. This year we serviced about 150 youth. with about 120 adults in and out all week long. 4 days, actually, we did 4 days. And one very exciting Tuesday with a little bit of hail. So it's something that our kids went, whoa, what's that? You know, and we got out safely. Everything was fine. I want to say just a big thank you to the police department, because we could tell that there was a presence that came through in the evenings when we were not, because our stuff was left alone. And we saw them during the day. And we just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And ask to come back next year. That's my ask. My official job is to say thank you. But my ask is to please let us come back. Even with the fact that the splash pad wasn't functioning when we were here, our kids had a ball. And the people at City Works really went above and beyond to figure out how to get us water in another part so that we could wet them down and keep them cool. God did his part. We had the coolest June, second week in June I've had since I lived here, since I moved to Texas in '96. So this was the temperatures were down, although we did have a little hail. The temperatures were down, but the kids had a wonderful time. And I just can't thank you enough. And I don't know if you guys have any questions of me, but I did bring a few little reminders that we were here.
Oh, good. I actually wear mine.
I heard. So this is the one for this year. We are Arrowhead District. So as you can see, it's pretty, it hasn't. All right, I don't operate with microphones very well. Arrowhead. So it's an arrowhead on there. I think I brought 10. If that's not quite enough, I'd be happy to recycle back here and talk to you all again.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I love this. I love the scouts coming to our parks. I love you being here. And thank you so much for coming. And I mean, I'd like to ask you to come back next year.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that. But we'll be talking. I'll be talking to everybody. Would you like to come down and get the?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, and I also bought for any of you that still do old school patches. So there's some patches, old school and new school or whatever. Well, that'll be good for this winter because it's going to get a little,
Yeah,
the blue one with
yeah.
the white back was a little bit cooler, but
Thank you
so
so much.
if you want me to give them to the city? Okay. Thank you all again. And thank you to the residents, because if it wasn't for you guys' support building that park, our youth wouldn't have any place to go. And I've been in scouting for a lot of years. As you can see, I'm not no spring chicken, but thank you very much to the residents as well.
Yeah, thank you. Our parks are very important. It says Arrowhead District Cub Camp 2023 off to the races, awarded the city of Kennedale sales of red, sales of blue, day camp races along with volunteers like you. So thank you so much for everything that you do. It's wonderful.
This is Miss Jennifer Lazenby, and she is our professional scouter that makes me do things.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. You do a good job. Okay. Yes, thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Two more. James Connor.
James Conner, 501 West Third Street. Mine is just a bunch of general comments that encompass all of the agendas. So first and foremost, I'd like to, I appreciate the language change of the ILA with Fort Worth for rabies control and the use of the Fort Worth Animal Shelter. I would go one step further though and request that Fort Worth make available to the city of Kennedale adoption rates and locations of PetSmart so that the citizens are well informed of where they may adopt an animal that Fort Worth currently has in their shelters. Also, at the last couple of council meetings, there have been some discussion about the fountain located in Town Center Park. To my knowledge, $86,000 has already been approved for fixing and rebuilding, if I'm not mistaken. With that, there's been some discussion about doing away with it altogether. I would not be in favor of that. Let's not reinvent the wheel here. Let's just fix what we have. Almost every city in DFW has a fountain located on their city office grounds, whether it be Fort Worth, Dallas, Arlington, Mansfield, Hearst, Watauga, doesn't matter. They have a fountain. And those are just, prime examples of it. By replacing it, we would be missing a huge opportunity to showcase our parks and their beauty. And, think of what you can actually do for the holidays, St. Patty's Day, throw some green dye in there, you get green water. Hey, amazing. Also with that, in the executive session tonight, there's going to be some talk of the TGAAILA. To my knowledge, they had to present what was passed in Kingsbury. And also to my knowledge, when it was presented to council, there was a change up about 15 minutes before y'all actually took it up, which means it was revised, which means it is null and void. And correct me if I'm wrong in stating that, city attorney, but I do believe that it shouldn't go through at all. Second, as a former city council member, I'm actually impacted by this as well. And I don't feel that it's in my best interest to give up any of my immunity that I may still have from serving in that role. I also don't feel like giving up any immunity when I return, and I will be back. For the safety and the well-being of the city, this council, the employees, whether they're contracted or not, I urge you to vote this reprehensible and one-sided ILA down if there is to be a vote. I feel that even though Mr. Gilly did resign his seat, there was a conflict of interest in creating it, because if you go to their website, he is still listed as one of their board members. And speaking of Mr. Gilly and his resigned seat, I feel that instead of holding interviews for an appointment, I feel that the seat should go to a special election with the rest of council in May. I feel that some appointments in the past did not align with the citizens and their needs, or hold open interviews for the public to watch and not have it in an executive session. I have about 2 more lines. The citizens deserve their input to be heard instead of 5 people making a decision for a term that had just had an election. And I've said this while I've been on council in executive session before. The citizens deserve to have their voices heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have one more, Andrew Makowski.
Good evening, Council and Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Malkowski. I reside at 138 Mountain View Lane in Kennedale, Texas. And in full disclosure, I actually do sit on planning and zoning, but I'm not here today to speak on any planning and zoning items. I'm here today in my individual capacity as a citizen and also the president of my HOA. I wanted to speak today about this ethics policy that I believe some of us have received some information about, some text messages. I received some text messages, and then I received a flyer in the mail, as well as my vice president of the HOA. He also received the flyer, and we kind of started looking into it to kind of understand what this was about. And just kind of wondering, what prompted this and why it came about. And what we noticed on the flyer that was sent out was that the former Council Place 1, Mr. Gilly, he was absent on the back of it where it calls for action. It says, email your representation and tell them that we need this ethics policy. And so that kind of prompted some more questions for me as to why he was not listed on there as one of the people that we needed to contact to say, pass this now, get it done. And then as Mr. Connors has said, I went to the website, and on the website, it clearly lists Mr. Gilly as a board member on this item. Nowhere on these flyers or in these text messages did it ever disclose that Mr. Gilly is a board member of this thing that he is pushing and promoting. So as a citizen, it cautions me to say, why would we contract, or why would we bring an organization in that claims to be the ethical standard and promote government ethics when they themselves don't even have the ethics to say, hey, by the way, one of the board members that's pushing this and lobbying for this is a former council member. Looking further into this organization, there's actually dues that are required of any adopting agency. So we have another conflict of interest where we have a former council member who sits on a board of an organization, which if our city approves this, we will be giving money to a former city council member. So with that being said, I just wanted that to be in the public record. I know it's not an agenda item. I guess it's in executive session to discuss, but I would like to see that this, their lack of ethics that they promote them, that they have shown themselves in these mailers and these flyers to not disclose these conflicts of interest, in my mind, disqualifies them from being a agent to say, these are the ethics that you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to, now we'll do our updates from the city council. Councilman Horton, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, wow. Sorry, that was. So a couple weeks ago, I attended the initial PTO meeting at Cannell Junior High, and they had a band concert and got to meet some great people and ran into some old friends I haven't seen in like 25 years. So that was really nice. And you know, I know Mr. Oaktai retiring was he's obviously irreplaceable as the band director, but it sounds to me, based on what I heard at the last game and this concert, that the new folks are carrying on his great tradition that he started. So additionally, I've been talking with the folks at 225 Barbecue, and they formerly had a restaurant location at the north end kind of the entertainment district, kind of a little north off Abram Street in downtown Arlington. And I mean, it wasn't super visible, not a great, not conducive to business, I guess, if you will. And if you didn't know it was there, you probably would miss it. But anyway, great barbecue, great food. And they've moved out of that location, and they currently have a food truck they operate kind of up off Bowen Road in Arlington. And they're currently looking for a home. They are obviously taking their time about it, but I'd just like to say that we'd love to have them here. And if you haven't tried them out, maybe you can go say, hey, come to Kennedale or whatever. So super great barbecue, and, we'd be great honored to have them. And then finally, got a chance to go to the Kennedale High School Alvarado football game a couple of weeks ago, one of the great rivalries in high school football. You think about some of the great names that have played in that, Dusty Renfro at Texas. And my friend Corey actually reminded me that his freshman year, he had to go up against Dusty Renfro, super great football player. Then you got Wes Bodovich here at Kennedale, went on to A&M. But it was, really excited to see that rivalry back. And I won't mention my high school days. They were, Alvarado got the best of us, and that's all. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Michaels.
Well, I got a whole list of things that I've been doing this past month. I got to attend the Kennedale Chamber Clay Shoot with the city manager and Councilman Griffith. I think we placed 4th in there, so that was pretty good compared to last year. I did. Well, last year was probably dead last. I did attend the Keep Kennedale Beautiful Bring It event. People that don't know about that, it keeps harmful waste and reusable items out of the landfill. And we really had a great turnout this year. We loaded up the paint truck. I mean, so, and then all the chemicals, and then the shredding. I think there was 2,000 pounds of shredding that we collected, and then the electronics and stuff like that. I also attended the 9/11 Memorial, the day of remembrance for the victims of 9/11. It was great turnout put on by the police chief and the fire chief, and city manager gave a great speech to reflect back of that day. KKB had another event this last week in the butterfly party. That was a great family event. We got to do butterfly release, tagging, The library was heavily involved with the scavenger hunt and it was a great deal. The highlight of the deal, I got to present to Miss Wilda Turner her lifetime achievement for KKB. And if y'all don't know Miss Turner, she's been the key role of getting the butterfly garden in the park and her master gardener. It's just, I mean, it's just, it's great. I've learned a lot from her. This weekend coming up, we have the library pigeon party. It's the 20th anniversary of Don't Let Pigeons Drive the Bus. And from, that's going to be from 10 to 11 at the Kennedale Library. I think there's going to be a special bus driver, but I hope he can drive that thing. And events coming up, October 14th is public safety at the fire station. That's going to be from 10 to 12. I'd like to see everybody up there. It's a great event. A lot of games and activities for the kids. And I think that's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Councilman Griffith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to caveat off of what Mr. Michael shared. The reason we went from last place to fourth place is because they added a Marine to the team. No, it was a great time, a great opportunity, and looking forward to more of those to come. A lot of the things have already kind of been presented. I was at the 9/11 memorial ceremony. It was great to be there. Really appreciate us having the opportunity to put that together and for the city to come and host that. Let's see, butterfly party. That was awesome. I think the highlight for my family was probably the face painting, although my kids were a little disappointed that I didn't get mine done. So I think if we have it next year, I'll probably end up getting some face painting. It was a pleasure to have Howard Garrett present. We were able to get him to come to the event. I know that there was some individuals that were really excited to have him there and for him to be there and connect with them when the award was presented. And other than that, I've been working with some of the veterans in the community, specifically veteran entrepreneurs. We have some quotas available to get these guys into some entrepreneurship training at Rothman Institute. And so far I've gotten connected with 2, looking forward to connecting with more and giving them that opportunity to participate.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilman Navarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a little side note, I'm looking at Councilman Bryant's handwriting over here, and there's no way that's the handwriting of a Marine. Just wanted to say that out loud. It's too neat. I did visit the Boy Scouts on one of their annual meetings. It was supposed to be their public servant meeting, but that got postponed to last Thursday at our community event that we had for our meeting there. So I missed that one, but I did get to visit. They had a couple new scouts this year, so that's always good to see that next generation coming up. Everybody knows me, I'm a big supporter of the Scouts and helping Eagle Scouts get their Eagle Scout badge as well. So I also attended their annual yard sale. It was a little low this year, but I would say that it's always a good fundraiser for them every year. So if you have any items, if you're a renter and you just need to get some stuff out of the house quickly, just reach out to the Boy Scouts. They're happy to come pick that up, and then they do the yard sale every year as a fundraiser. I also went to Bring It a couple times. Actually, I think you guys saw me 3 times. Just to put it in perspective, I own an IT company. We recycled 6 PCs, 5 monitors, 2 printers, and 14 laptops. Usually I take it down and get $30 and go have lunch, but I was happy to bring it just down the street instead of over to Mansfield this year. I also attended the 9 Memorial. I wanted to thank Chief Brown for putting that together. It was amazing. And congratulate our city manager, Darrell Hull, and actually being a good public speaker and being the keynote speaker for that. It was very moving. Thank you. I also want to just update everybody tomorrow. We're having our annual luncheon for the Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Darrell Omens will be the speaker. He has a company where he goes into companies and trains people on how to communicate and leadership and that kind of things. It'll be, if you ever seen him, he's actually really fun. He's our board president for our trustee on KISD as well. And then I just want to clarify, on October 13th and 14th, we're having the Ralph Mooney for Food. On the 13th at 7, the Kennedale Theater Group will be doing a theater at 7 in the park. And then on Saturday, after the open house for the firehouse, we will be starting our festivities. I'll be open at 12, but at 12:30 we'll do our opening ceremony. And that will go almost through the evening, probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. So make sure you guys come out. It's a free concert. Bring a cash donation or some canned goods as a donation, and this helps our area food banks to raise food before the holidays, because that's the biggest need of the year. So we asked everybody to come out. This will be our first year. This is our annual concert in the park that we're rebranding for Ralph Mooney for Food. With the family's permission, everybody keeps asking me that. Yes, we have permission to use his name and their blessing. And he was a local, and that stage has been renamed. So this has kind of been a long time coming. My team and I are really excited. This is our baby step to it. Next year, it'll be definitely a little bit bigger as far as our scope goes, but it's definitely a good introduction. All of our bands that have bands will have a steel guitar player, which has been our requirement this year. So it'll be an exciting day of good country music. So make sure that you all coming out. It should be a no rain day, although I would plead for rain right now. I just want no rain for October 13th and 14th. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, that's amazing. So for the most part, other than the clay shoot in Alvarado, I attended all the events. And normally my update is full of activities from the previous months, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to share projects that the council and the city manager and staff have had on our plate. Some will take a short amount of time and some will take months, some maybe even a year or so. So I just have a list of those because sometimes you just see the events and you don't see some of the meatier things that we're working on. For example, we're updating our comprehensive plan. There's a steering committee that has met twice already for that. And that's that will basically be the direction for us, for our land, for our parks. It will help us with our branding, our image. We're also with that updating all of our UDC, which is our universal development codes. Is that what or unified? I knew that was the wrong word. Unified development codes to ensure quality development. We're updating our EDC, which is the Economic Development Corporation and Chamber, just bringing these together with a comprehensive plan for future growth and maintenance needs. We have obviously a place one vacancy. Our 2023-24 budget, which staff and everyone has been working on. I think we've had how many meetings? At least 4 meetings. I know we've had a meeting almost every week for a while now. And I thank you to all council for that and staff for working so hard. Park renovations, we have a new splash pad. I know it was delayed getting here past the summer, but as you know, now when you order things, you don't get it in the time that they say. It's a year or even longer. So it is in, and we do plan on maintaining it so that next summer when it opens, it'll be working for next summer. We also have new playground equipment ordered and additional equipment. We do have funding for additional equipment that's wanted. We also probably on next month's agenda will be a conversation about what to do with potential bond money as far as do we want a multi-purpose field, which for me personally, yes, I do, or do we want something different? I want to bring our youth, we're hanging on by a thread to our KYA, and I want to give them a place so that they have a place to play ball and maybe even soccer and see where we go from there. But that's a conversation for us to have. Also, we have a 9-hole Frisbee. I don't know if you're aware of that, but we have a 9-hole Frisbee. We want to talk about that to see what that may look like for 18-hole and bringing events to us. And of course, maintenance and funding for our parks. Arlington Water Maintenance Operation contract expires March 2024. That's a big conversation. Our city manager has been having ongoing conversations with the city of Arlington, and we'll start meeting with them over the next few weeks to nail that down way before March 2024. We also are continuing to work with Arlington, our water infrastructure for water delivery to additional residents. Many of our discussions and need for bond money is due to years of neglected infrastructure and lack of maintenance funding. You'll actually see there's an item on the agenda that will speak specifically to that. It's a balancing act at this point to repair the neglect, operate daily, and start funding for our maintenance and hold taxes down. But that's the goal. Thankfully, over the past couple of years, we have used our finances wisely. We have been able to increase the reserves to a point where we're actually able to borrow from the reserves to get this bond. The recent $17.4 million for water, sewer, and street repairs, these were critical. We actually had to halt building because of the sewer. We couldn't build any more until that sewer gets replaced. So if we didn't need the bond, that tax increase for this year would have been so small rather than where it's currently at. Precinct 2, thankfully, is funding over $6 million towards the extension of the Little Road that will give first responders access to the area and give that area an outlet when the train stops. We've heard a lot about that lately. We're also working on additional funding for that project. The fire station desperately needs more space. Saw those eyebrows go up. And is requiring, will require bond money and renovations, which that takes a lot of effort as well. Our charter needs to be updated with possible ethics and transparency policies to be included because the charter is what we're held to. And council would like to see a charter committee formed with ballot options in May for that. Also, the council would like a committee on the Veterans Memorial area where the fountain is. I don't know where James went off to, but where the fountain is, the bricks are, the flags, all of that. Staff is working already on the hometown and a group together on the hometown Christmas, which is scheduled for the Saturday after Thanksgiving. We recently had our engineer and attorney contracts go out to bid. We are pulling resources in every direction possible to meet our community needs. There's been several new committees created, including a Kennedale Community Connections Group. Our community engagement officer has been meeting with the seniors. And she's had several different groups that she's meeting in as well to help meet the needs of our community. We are, in case you can't tell from what you just heard, we are increasing our community activities. You've seen for the first time a Veterans Day event, a butterfly party. We have had the 9/11 before, but a lot of new ones. We had a back to school bash. And then we have all of the other ones, the hometown, Holly Hunter came and sang Juneteenth, the Ralph Mooney concert. I mean, that's going to be a full day and a half. And then we continue to have all of the other events that we have, the trunk or treat, the bring it, the bark in the park, the kid fish, our boards and commissions banquet we had for the first time, bringing our boards and commissions together. We have employee breakfast, lunch, and dinners as often as possible. And I'm sure I forgot some, but you get the idea. That is a goal for us. And those are just the highlights. That's not even the day-to-day operations and being as prepared as possible for what's coming around the corner because we don't know what's coming around the corner. With all that said, I just want to thank everyone that contributes in making Kennedale a unique and great place to live because we are better together. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
I can't follow that up other than I did attend the clay shoot as well with 2 council members. And we know now why we've got the 4th place. We could have got 1st. However, we settled for 4th. We do have other opportunities, but obviously you have a very active council and mayor, and I'm very proud to be up here and be a part of making things better for our community.
Madam Mayor, I have saved round.
Okay.
I've forgotten to mention that along with the community involvement that we have a veteran family, a Purple Heart recipient in the community that has a child in the KISD. They were selected to have their home renovated by Montel Williams Military Makeover, and they're in the process of doing that right now. And we were putting together a team to volunteer to support that on Thursday. And the time slot for that is from 8:30 to 1:15 for anybody that can show up. You don't have to register, you don't have to sign up. The more the merrier. We'd like to show. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's gonna be the areas right behind the high school. Forgive me, I don't have the address on. Oh, yeah, let's see here. Wildview Court, yeah. Once you turn into that neighborhood, you'll see there's cones and signs and there's a lot of construction going on. And then also they're asking that on the 25th, which is Monday at 2 p.m., they're gonna do the unveiling. And one of the things that that program tries to do is really pack out the neighborhood with as many people from the community that they can. They're gonna have a motorcade that escorts the veteran to their new home. And they just want them to feel welcomed in the community, that they feel supported in the endeavor. So for anybody that wants to be a part of that, we'd like to see you there. Monday is 2 p.m. on the 25th, and then for Thursday, it's in the morning from 8:30 to 1:15. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. That's exciting to be a part of that.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoss. Okay, we
Yeah,
are,
I'm sorry. Just in case if anybody needs more information on that, please, you can contact me directly and I can help you get that.
all right, we're going to move to item 5, the financial reports. Do you want to sign up? Sure. Quickly. So this just happened recently, so I appreciate, that's why, because it just happened. We just received this information. Yeah, yeah, thank you so much.
I think it's set up on the Kennedale ISD website.
Yes, it
and their
is.
Facebook,
It's on the
so-
KISD. Yeah, because it's not actually Kennedale, it's Arlington, but it's KISD. So we're going to move on to item number 5, financial update, financial reports.
All right.
Councilman, Director Horton, Councilman.
that's-
Well, I have a Councilman Horton. It does get confusing.
Okay, well, similar theme to how we've had in previous months where our revenue is, well, it's on track and our expenditures are well under pace to budget. So we're still looking very, very good in the general fund in that aspect. You can see our property tax revenues to date are at 105.6% of total budget. During this point last year, they were at 99.8%. So we're well ahead of pace there. One area we have mentioned, sales tax, that we have fallen off pace a little bit on sales tax compared to last year and just in general. I feel pretty confident we're going to hit our goal, hit our budget goal. I just don't see us getting very far over that. But we will know once the fiscal year concludes, we'll be able to see, since those collections are 2 months behind, it'll be November before we'll really be able to attribute September sales to the correct fiscal year. See, our water sewer fund, our water service sales are above budget 111%. Sewer sales are at 102. Expenditures also are correspondingly over budget, but that's to be expected. That's a fund that's generally designed to spend what it makes. Stormwater is in the same situation. With that, I'll just open it up to questions.
Anyone have any questions? No? All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move to the consent agenda. And since we just received the minutes, just a little prior to arriving on the dais, I wanted to ask council if you're comfortable approving. Did you have time to review them? Are you comfortable approving them or do you want time? You're good? 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 Are they good? Okay.
I would ask that we could move items 4 and 5 to individual consideration.
Okay, 4 and 5 to individual. All right, so with that said, do I have a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, and 6?
Madam Maker, I make a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, and 6.
I have a motion to have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor? Unanimous of 1, 2, 3, and 6. And we'll circle back to 4. which is the approval for the ILA for the rabies control for the Fort Worth Animal Shelter. You have a question on that, Councilman Horton specifically?
Yes, ma'am. Just, Chief Holguin, sorry. But, last time we talked, I saw the updated information, I guess the concern was that they were putting the animals down, the dogs down in Fort Worth. And it looks like they're going to make an effort not to do that, if I understand correctly, or could you maybe just elaborate? I know you talked about it a little earlier, maybe just elaborate on that a little more.
Yes, sir. So, I had a very long conversation with Mr. Chris Learett, and he is the operations director for animal control services and field operations. So they removed the language, I think that was starting to, or that had raised some concerns here. He also fully explained the process by which they try to get animals adopted. And it's a pretty robust program. To begin with, they actually partner with, and I don't know to the extent of the partnership with PetSmart, but working with PetSmart, that's the last thing that they want to do is to euthanize an animal. So they're required to, do an assessment after 96 hours of any animal that potentially cannot be adopted. But in the meantime, what they try to do is actually they work with PetSmart. They partner with them to bring the animals to PetSmart. They have 2 PetSmart locations in Fort Worth. And they're also very aggressive in trying to adopt out of the 5 animal shelter locations they have in the city. So really what he explained to me is the animals that are eventually put down are because they're unadoptable, or mainly because they're too aggressive. They also have a program in partnership with PetSmart. They will ship these animals that are adoptable to other states, including they'll ship them to Canada. So they go through a lot of expense with PetSmart to ensure that there's as much adoption opportunity as possible for the animals. So it really is the very last resort when they do euthanize them.
Thank you, sir. Madam Mayor, I have no further questions.
All right, unless anyone else has any questions, I'll take a motion to.
Just a quick one, since we kind of opened the door. Chief, could you go over our procedures if we have like a dog biting incident? Like, are these our rules or their rules, and what's those procedures?
So we have our own procedures here. Of course, if an animal bites someone and we need to take custody of it, then we will, of course, take it to Fort Worth, and the issuance of citations if necessary to the owner, quarantine period. We actually, if the dog doesn't pose any further danger to the public, then we will let the owner hold the dog, but they have to keep the dog quarantined and not allow it around other people or other dogs for a certain period of time. They're still subject to receiving citations for the dog biting somebody in that nature. We try not to seize the animal unless the last incident we had to take a dog that actually bitten somebody. They bit a jogger in Arlington, but right on our border over there on the east side of town. There was no owner. The dog was roaming at large and attacking individuals. So we had to take that one to Fort Worth. There was no one to quarantine it or take custody of it. So, it's a pretty basic operation. There's really not a lot of detail to it, other than the fact that we do try to work with the dog owner. It's not an automatic that we take custody of the animal.
Thank you for clarifying that for the public. Thank you.
I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve the ILA with the city of Fort Worth for rabies control and the use of the city of Fort Worth Animal Shelter.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, and then questions on 5, PZ case 2309.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, how are you, sir?
Great, how are you, sir?
So, I share the concern with our citizens about the replat. And so did this make it in under the previous UDC, just to clarify? Because it seems like they're kind of stacking, the plan is to stack some homes in here in this spot. And I think there was previously, I think I'm remembering 25 years ago, but I think there's previously 1 home, maybe 2 homes on that lot. It was one.
Thank you for the question. The
the UDC currently has this, and this property is currently zoned Old Town 2. So the standard lot size for Old Town 2s, not too far from here, is a 50-foot lot. This particular proposed replat would actually exceeds the minimum requirements for this particular zoning district. So it's a little different than your traditional R1, R2, R3, R4 properties. In fact, the standard in Old Town 2 would be the same as the previous R4, which is a 50-foot lot. So what we're looking at here in Old Town 2 and this particular lot are lots that are a minimum of, I believe it was 60, and then they range 70, some a little wider on that. So the lot area, lot depth, lot width exceed the minimum requirements. So they have met the zoning requirement in that aspect of it. But the plan is not 5, it's 4 lots. So the applicant right now just has a plan to subdivide the land. They do plan on building at least 1 duplex, but they also have mentioned building single family at this location as well.
All right. And also the sewer situation, I was under the impression that it was critical and that adding additional homes or, what have you to that area of town would be, I don't remember the exact terminology used by the expert, but not good. Is that not the case any longer, or?
Well, we still have some capacity issues in Basin B, in a different part of that part of town. This particular infill project would be, I believe the impact would be pretty minimal. But the purpose again with the moratorium was to put in place a plan so that we could improve or expand capacity on that part of town. So we believe that that won't be an issue here. This construction here likely won't occur for some time. It's not going to be all 4 structures going up at once. And so capacity as far as sewer isn't a concern that staff has had. Unlike other previous infill projects, so particularly here in Old Town, if we had just an infill lot, which that's what this is, you typically wouldn't need to have to go through much engineering review. With this, one of the things that I'm going to require as a building official is that we require that we will have engineering review of these 4 lots, because I know drainage has been an issue out here. So that's one of the conditions that we're placing is before I'll issue a building permit, or we issue a building permit out here, we will have engineers review the site drainage for all 4 lots as opposed to individual lots. On infill development, single home going in there, or if it was just a single duplex like we've had out here in Old Town recently, those don't require the depth of review on the engineering for drainage. This one, we felt it was prudent to do so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Horton, for your questions. There's one other thing that the citizens came to speak about that she had concerns about, and that's the flooding and the water issues. Could you explain to the citizens in the diocese the rules that are in place when developers come in about the movement of water or the retention of water?
Sure. So typically, when you're talking about large scale development, they have to meet pre-development sheet flow levels. So the way that the water runs off of a lot, when they go to develop it, it has to meet those same numbers. So often what happens is that developer has to put in a detention pond of some sort to collect the excess. So when I'm building more structures, I got more concrete, I got more rooftops where it's going to increase the flow of water. So I have to detain that on site. With this particular, because it's such a small area, a detention pond probably isn't likely, but there may need to be some regrading of the bar ditches to at least receive some of that runoff. Right now, as the drainage plan is still in review on that front of it. It's currently sheet flows, I believe, to the southwest. And so if there's any, that's one of the things the engineers are looking at. So there may need to be some additional work in the bar ditch or that area to receive some of that capacity.
Sorry, is it your staff that reviews that, or is that like a state thing?
So that would be our third-party engineering firm that would review that. Civil engineers would review that as well. And they'll look at modeling and then the capacity of what we have in that area, but also in specific to these lots.
Well, my last question, would you agree that development or redevelopment in these areas kind of fix some of the old issues of flooding and age-old issues, especially in old neighborhoods?
Yeah, absolutely. When we have the opportunity to improve, that's what we're hoping to see. You know, at some point, the city will make a determination, or you all will make a determination whether or not storm drain is warranted in this part of town. Usually with that is when a city puts in storm drain, they've got to excavate. But above that, then you start talking about sidewalks. So it improves walkability, but also improves drainage. So in this part of town, it's old, obviously it's Old Town, right? So those sidewalks really aren't there, but I believe there's opportunity to improve a lot of the existing bar ditches and redoing some grading, and with development, that's a perfect opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Nathan. You and your staff do an amazing job. I appreciate you guys. I have no further questions, Madam Mayor.
No other questions? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion for PZ case 2309.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve item 5 PZ case number 23-09 as it stands.
You have a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? All against? We have a 3-1 approved with Councilman Horton not approving. Okay, we're going to move to the other items for individual consideration. Number 1 is consider approval of an estimate by Milliken Well Service for the rehabilitation of T3 groundwater well at 500 Gale Drive. And Director Seagram, you're up. Share with us what's going on there.
So in essence, the groundwater kind of subsidize the city of Kennedale by reducing the cost that we incur from wholesale customer like Fort Worth or Arlington. So I think it's imperative that we continue with the groundwater usage, as we call it, of the blend. And we need to approve this maintenance for repairing that well.
Thank you so much. Questions? Anyone?
Madam Mayor, I just have a clarification. First, Christian, I wanted to thank you personally for taking myself, Mr. Michaels, and the mayor on the tour of the facilities. That really helps me on the perception of it. You know, for me, I've heard about the issues for years, but to go and see it was a different issue. So I appreciate that. But there was some talks about doing a 700-gallon tank. So we're shying away from that and doing the 500-gallon tanks.
Now, this is separate. This
This is
is a
separate.
groundwater well.
Okay, okay, this is the well. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So the other is a storage tank.
Yeah, so this is a well. And for those, your microphone wasn't on, but
Sorry
for
about that.
those that, no, that's okay. I just want to make sure that for the people that are listening online, one of the things you said that's important that I mentioned in my update is that there's been no scheduled maintenance on this. And those are the things that we are addressing at this point as we're going back to all of our infrastructure and I think anyone that understands maintenance of any kind understands that it's more expensive to have no maintenance than to maintain it along the way. Because at this point, it's definitely more expensive to repair it when it's had no maintenance.
Correct. It's imperative that we do that because, like you mentioned, in the long run, it costs you more, like they said, the candle costs more than the funeral.
Yeah.
So better start doing preventative maintenance.
Absolutely. All right, so if there's no further questions, I'll take a motion.
I move that we approve an estimate by Milliken Well Service for the rehab of the T3 groundwater well at 500 Gale Drive.
Excellent. I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
A motion is second. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, we'll move on to individual consideration number 2. Consider approval of an agreement with Beards Towing for record and impound services. Chief Hoagie? Council, did everyone get a packet from? Okay.
Hello again. So we've had a relationship with Beards Towing for quite some time, and this is really to put in place an agreement with them to continue providing service for the city of Kennedale and specifically for police tows as needed. They also they store vehicles for us. They store vehicles for evidentiary purposes, seizures. So we've enjoyed a very strong relationship with them. One of the earliest contracts we've had, it goes back to 2000. So again, my recommendation is that we would like to move forward with this current relationship and can continue our partnership with them.
I appreciate it. So I looked at it, there's no increase on it and there's no cost to us for them towing the city vehicles. There's no change in what we had previously.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone have any questions?
And I know I'm talking a lot tonight, but I just have a comment. First of all, I wanted to thank the Beards Towing for being an amazing partner with the city. They're very heavily involved in the greater community and especially focused on Kennedale. I just want to thank the family himself, family owned, operated. We couldn't ask for a better partner in this matter, especially something as sensitive as towing. And Mr. Beard, I have an interesting comment for you today. I was thinking about you today. I read an article today about how Fort Worth is regretting how much their tow costs right now. And so I thought that was interesting and you should read that article. So I was thinking about you today. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions, comments? And I'll second that. Thank you so much for such a good relationship with our city, for all you do for us. With no further questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I will put the motion to consider approval of the agreement with Beards Towing for record and impound services.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, motion is second to approve. All in favor? Unanimous. Excellent. Item 4 is consider approval of an amendment to the ILA with Fort Worth for participation in the Environmental Collection Center Household Hazardous Waste Program.
Mayor Joplin, you missed number 3.
I sure did. Thank you. Number 3, consider approval of, let's go, hold that thought. We'll do the ILA with Tarrant County for debris removal on Eden Road. This one's actually a really good one. I mean, they're all really good. Don't get me wrong, but.
Madam Mayor and Council, so before you is an interlocal agreement with Tarrant County. We've been working with Tarrant County. We've been very, very busy recently on Eden Road.
Yes.
We've got 2 encampments there. One that the property owner is motivated now to get that area cleaned up. But we have a second site, which this agreement was in reference to, where that's not the case. And so the city will need to work with the county to get that cleaned up. So this agreement is for them to provide equipment and labor to help us with that abatement of the nuisances that we are addressing at that particular site. Happy to answer any questions that council
Any questions? This is wonderful. I heard that they've actually been out there today and started cleaning up, so it's very good news. And then when Eden Road gets repaved, it's gonna be really looking good. With no further questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve an ILA with Tarrant County for debris removal on Eden Road. Sorry, I had to.
Motion,
sure
do
that's
I have a
right.
second?
Madam Mayor, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve. All in favor? Unanimous. Now number 4. I won't repeat it, but if this is an ILA with Fort Worth for the Household Hazardous Waste Program, which is what we'd call Bring It. Director Seagram?
In front of you guys, you have that ILA's amendment to the ILA that the city of Kennedale had with city of Fort Worth Hazardous Waste Collection Center since, I guess we've been here with them since 2013, so we've been there over 10 years. And now they decided that they should have an increase. So basically they're going up from $50 to $95. That's what the amendment is. And city of Kennedy been providing the Bring It here, and it provides a central location for people to bring their household hazardous waste, so we could provide the service for the citizens of Kennedale. So it's up to, I would like the council of the city of Kennedale to approve this amendment. If we don't, then normally people would take the waste to the collection center in Fort Worth. And at the same time, we do this once a year collection here. If we don't assign this agreement, then we are not allowed to take waste to Fort Worth anymore.
That's what I was going to ask you. If not this, is there another option? But
Well, the only option is that Kennedale, the citizens of Kennedale can't without a signed agreement.
understand. So there you have it. Any questions? No. Okay, with that, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve an amendment to the ILA with Fort Worth for participation in the Environmental Collection Center Household Hazardous Waste Program. Or Bring It.
Excellent. Thank you for reading that. And I'll take a second.
I will second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay, item 5, discuss and consider an ordinance adopting year 23-24 budget beginning October 2023 and ending September 30th, 2024. Director Horton?
I'll just read the staff report. I mentioned earlier that the changes since we last met, there were only 3, a cover redesign, the organizational chart. We moved advisory boards down 1 level from where it was previously. And for the elected officials, we updated place 1 to show as vacant. And this budget has been part of 4 separate council work sessions taking place on May 25th, August 15th, August 29th, and September 7th. Additional related work sessions were held regarding bonds that included budgetary elements within them. The budget before you now is a result of the guidance and recommendations provided during those sessions.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
First, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Horton, I want to say thank you guys. I know you put in a lot of great hard work. To all of our department heads, everybody. It's an all hands on deck, and it is an exhaustive process. Lots of moving parts. Our meeting started in May. And to our citizens at home and in the audience, our city does have critical needs that this budget addresses. Infrastructure issues, fire station improvements, equipment for our police officers, just to name a few, personnel issues, making sure that our city employees can, remain competitive in their compensation as much as possible. And, I absolutely agree with and I absolutely support this. However, I do want to get across that most of our citizens will see their city property taxes increase, even though the proposed tax rate is to stay the same. And, obviously, the ISD taxes have a break coming to the state, and the county has issued taxes, it's a break as well. But my point being, I believe the city can also achieve its critical objectives and also lower the tax rate by a fraction or a percentage and still achieve these critical things that we've all worked on. And, still and lower our tax rate as detailed in last year's budget. And as such, I can't support the budget and the proposed tax rate in its current standard. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, with that, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the budget for the fiscal year of 2024, beginning on October 1st, 2023 and ending September 30th, 2023.
Yeah.
That's all right.
We have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Madam Mayor, second.
I have a motion, and a second to approve. All in favor? And against? 3-1 with Councilman Horton against. Stay there, I think. Director Horton, I think you're up.
I think you have to deal with me
Yeah.
until the end of.
Yeah, I think so.
individual
Okay, good.
considerations.
Sorry, just say, so discuss, item number 6, discuss and consider ratification of the property tax for 23-24.
And I hate just reading, but I want to make sure I get this right. In accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 102, adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenues from property taxes than in the previous year requires a separate vote from the governing body to ratify the property tax increases reflected in the budget. This vote is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or a vote to set the tax rate as required by Chapter 21 Texas Code or other law.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? No? Okay, if not, I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the ratification to the property tax for fiscal year 2024.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
I have a motion and a second, all to approve. All in favor? All against? 3-1. Councilman Horton, I'm not approving. And just make sure that we update this on the back as well with place 1. Is vacant. We'll move to item 7. And so this is actually the discuss and consider the approval. So the last one was the ratification. This is the actual approval of the ordinance fixing and levying municipal ad valorem taxes for the city of Kennedale for 23-24, beginning October 2023 and ending September 2024.
And I would like to just point everybody to the recommendation as part of the staff report. The language in this is very specific as far as the motions.
Okay, do I have that on the, do I have a summary? Okay, so we have a specific language to approve this. And so whoever is going to approve it, I will give you this piece of paper. Because I don't think unless you have this, do you have this piece of paper? No. We didn't get the summary. It's under the individual consider item and there's a recommendation. There's a summary and a recommendation. You found it? Okay. All right, perfect. And that's the language that has to be used. So with that, I will open it for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve ordinance number 753, an ordinance of the city of Kendall, Texas, levying municipal ad valorem taxes for use and support for the municipal government of the city of Kendall, Texas for the 2023-2024 fiscal year at the rate of 0.76190 for $100, and for each year thereafter until otherwise provided on all taxable property within the corporate limits of the city of Kennedale, providing for an apportioning each levy for specific purposes, and providing when taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid, approving the tax rolls, providing a severability clause, repealing conflicting ordinances, providing a savings clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, does that meet the?
This is a roll
It
call
is a roll-
vote.
Okay, it's a roll call vote. All right, so,
Mayor Joplin,
okay,
aye or nay or abstain? Oh, sorry,
yeah, well, the mayor doesn't, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
apologies.
It's okay.
Councilman Horton,
Oh, do we need a second
Yeah,
on
Madam
this?
Mayor,
with
we
the
don't
roll
have a
call?
second.
Okay,
my apologies. we
okay,
need a
sorry.
second.
That was my fault on this. This is my first roll call.
I will second it.
Okay, so now we go.
Councilman Horton,
Nay.
Councilman Michaels,
Yay.
Bryant Griffith,
Hey.
and Jeff Navarez.
Yay.
Okay, we have approval.
Approval, yes, 3-1 with
Oh,
Councilman
Councilman Horton.
Horton saying nay.
Thank you. That is it. That got us through all of our individual consideration items. And we are going to go into executive session now at 7:12. And we'll take a 5-minute break before we get to executive session. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and attending. And I don't know how long we'll be on, but thank you so much in case you're gone when we get back. Oh, the executive, yeah, so we're gonna, I get to read all the pursuant to. Thank you so much. Pursuant to 551.071, consultation with the city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty city attorney under the Texas disciplinary rules, professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussions of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding the Open Meetings Act, which is the TGAA ILA. And then the pursuit, the True Hotel. Is conducting economic development negotiations or to deliberate the offer of a financial or other incentive to a business prospect described by subdivision, which is the True Hotel update. And then pursuant to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, appointment of members of boards and commissions, and the city manager evaluation. Okay, we are back from executive session at 10:25. And we have some action items. And the first one we're going to do is our boards, appointment of members to our boards and commissions. And I'm going to read the various boards and the people that have been appointed or reapplied and appointed. We're going to start with BOA, BBB. Place 1, Dr. Theodore Crum. Place 3, Kelly Rod. Place 5, Patrick Vader. And the chair and vice chair remain the same. EDC. Place 1, Tyson Eubanks. Place 3, Brad Horton. Place 5, Jared Reeves. Place 4 and place 7 will be removed due to absences or no reapplication. KKB, place 1, Jessica Buchanan. Place 3, Leona Watkins. Place 5, Kim Courtney. Chair and vice chair remain the same. Library, place 1, Jonathan Sheffron. Place 3, Robert Mundy. Place 5, Tamiko Sargent. Parks, place 1, Stacy Scaife. Place 3, DeVelle Coleman. Place 5. Sorry. Place 6 is actually going to replace place 2, and that's Colby Cowan. And place 5 is Tamiko Sargent. Yeah, sorry, I got that that one was, my notes are a little fuzzy there. Do you need me to repeat that? You're good? Okay. And the chair is Colby Cowan. And the vice chair is Keith Courtney. P and Z, place 1, Andrew Makowski. Place 3, Colby Cowan. Place 5, Perry Clemente. Place 6 will be moved to place 4. And there will now be 5 on planning and zoning. The chair remains Michael Brown and the vice chair, Andrew Makowski. Did we have on EDC, the chair is, we didn't talk about that. We want to leave that as is. Okay, we'll leave that as is. So with that being said, do I have a motion for those boards and commissions?
Madam Mayor, make a motion to approve.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Excellent. And then we also have an action item on the TGAA ILA. Does anyone want to make give input on directives on that subject?
Madam Mayor, based on the counsel received from the city attorney, for various reasons, no action will be taken at this time. A letter is going to be published from the city manager's office to provide clarification.
Further clarification, perfect. Thank you for that. And then also we have an action item on the city manager evaluation. Do you have a motion on that or directive on that?
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion to approve as discussed.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second,
Madam Mayor, I second.
unanimous, unanimous, out of here. Thank you, chief. The time is, bye Brad, night, 10:31.